Hello, everybody. We are back. I know it is not a well-known stream, but we will carry on. Hopefully, the new update does not cause any issues on the system. Give it a second to boot up. I believe my streaming software may be interfering ever so slightly. Let me give it a second to get caught up. Yeah, I do believe that my recording has caused a small issue, but let me see if no, looks like the game might be catching up, but I might have to restart it. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, let's see. Little bit of jitters. Hopefully this will dissipate as we go. Here, give me a moment. I will let the game process for just a minute. And we will be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Looks like it's behaving a little better now. I think I just didn't give it time. So I know they want me to get the people back, but I don't know if that is in my best interest at this exact minute. Just given what I know. Okay. Now I was told they updated the electro pistol, sorry. So it will be on our to try list. I did not think I had gotten all the things out here, but I guess I did. Let's see. Heading down will get us what we want. We'll have to figure out how to get power down here. Like, I get that I can drop power down the wall and bring it over. They really don't make it easy to get the materials to do that. Barking actually had me a little worried there. Now we do have power generations. I believe it's somewhere over there. We'll be good to get it all consolidated so that we aren't worried about stuff, but oh, it looks like the electro gun actually seems to be doing the job nicely. It's just going to be a matter of using it properly. And we'll save the other weapon for when we have something that is in need of range, because as you can tell, the electro gun really doesn't have a range. Okay. Where all the spiders are dealt with, handled appropriately. Right, forgot. No power. Right. system. And good thing I kept my electrovac powered, or I would be in a much more dangerous situation, especially with the fact that these guys are very good at getting you locked down and, well, getting you. Okay. Is this room taken care of? Wait, I do have power. Why do I have power? Oh, right, I forgot. Building has power. The individual rooms don't. Oh, that's trippy. I don't think the game realizes I have gotten the power back on, so it is behaving like I didn't. They're listed as babies. I don't really like that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get back. Well, I'm not gonna fix that yet, but I'm gonna have to get power in here so that I can start grinding down all the non-necessities and start getting things working. Actually, as silly as it sounds, I should switch over to my actual... Oop. Switch over to this. Right now I'm using a lot of power simply to walk around and survive. I'm overweight, partially overweight. Voodoo ammo. Well, at least for now. Walk around like I have a medical condition. And just have my little safety pack, keeping me from burning through all my power. A lot of people might laugh, but I've had a lot of family members with medical conditions that require either an oxygen tank or something else to be carried around with them. It is very limiting. Now, some of you might say, why not just hook up to your backpack? And that would be a great idea if it wasn't for the simple fact... Hold on. That The backpack will be my absolute emergency charge. Because at a certain point, these will not work. Or they will pop. And when they pop, if I don't have power in my backpack, I could be extinguished. So, to move with care and precision. However, it is something I've realized. No, I don't think you can get up there from there. Now this is even with me having the upgrades to reduce my power usage being quite substantial. So if you don't have those power upgrades, maintaining your inventory is a very big deal. I'm also very surprised and happy that I'm going to have to deal with that. As much as I would prefer to ignore it. If I don't deal with that, yeah, if I don't deal with those things, I will have a much harder time with this. Also, I have 30 kilograms of ammunition, which is a lot, but it also means that I am not going to run out like I have in the past. Have to remember to stop. Apparently, there's no floor control. I find odd, but I didn't make the facility. I do need to figure out, though, especially when this does pop, is getting powered down. So that's gonna be the big one. Okay, so go up to the top. We know what we need are these cables, so we're gonna need coppers and plastics and iron. So copper, plastic, and iron, with plastic being doubled. Oh. Connect our little battery source. Okay. And now let's just go deal with all this. So first and foremost, remove the excess scrap I don't need. We will drop off this for now, just because we are not actually using a lot of the materials that we should be. Gonna carry 15 of that. Twenty of that. That means I need to carry 35 of the plastics. Now I will be getting there soon, but for right now, let me just see. It lets me build. Okay, so it will let me pull from chests that I'm nearby. That is useful. I am going to need to grind quite a bit more plastics. But shouldn't be too difficult. Oh. Unless, I toss plastics that I need places they don't need to go. So, they're worth 1. Not really the greatest, but it is what it is for now. That's actually probably worth some plastics. Get out in a second. Also, just a heads up. This is a very dangerous thing. Do not fire a firearm inside a small metal enclosed space, because the ricochet would probably hurt. And by probably, I mean, yeah, I'm sure you get it already. So we're going to avoid doing that. Again, no idea what those are. Looks like a container I can carry stuff in. Wait a second. Well, they're smart enough to make it so you can't use that to fly. Would kind of defeat the purpose of having the ship in the first place, but it would have been funny. Everybody knows the rule of the internet. If it's funny, it's probably not. Ooh. Come on. And of course. So I like that you have the ability to flip objects. I just, well, rotate, but I wish you had the ability to flip and rotate it in a direction that didn't involve not getting it through doors. Okay. So at least for now, we're gonna take 20 of those. All of these. All of these. And even though it is going to make me quite heavily overweighted, kind of just what I gotta do. Now, is it this side that has the... Okay. Oh, here. Okay, I guess that is kind of the fastest way to get that. Much as I don't like doing it that way. We do need to make a lot more of that, though. How far down? Okay. Sit and wait for a minute. Actually, instead of sitting and waiting for a minute, let's climb back up to the top. And we will get and turn off the grinder that's up there, because we're not using it, and wasting power is very dangerous. That is a odd set of things to have a trash can, but it is what it is. Back just so that we can conserve some power. Cut the power on that. I apologize, everybody. Have to take a quick break. The young one needs me. We are back. Sorry about that. Now it looks like, before I can tell, it's every one of those gets one, so may not be the most efficient way to do it, but I'll know when I'm getting close. And you like that, you just grab onto the ladder. Now I don't like that there's just the the pit of doom, as it were. But not really a lot I can do about that right now. At least in theory. Instant I get this. That definitely should not. That definitely shouldn't work. I could save a lot of cable. Like, if I take advantage of that. It's good to know. Let's just... I build that there. That first. Then that. I didn't think I was gonna get away with that. Okay. Come on. There we go. Now, in theory, if I flip that, I have power down here. Not, you know, the greatest thing on earth, but it does give me a lot to work with. Now, what I really should do, which I'll probably do, is put a battery bank there. Okay, so... Well, that's cool. I'll just pick up things as I need them, so... Now, if this was real life, I would be very concerned about the cable being that close to the grind surface, but... Oh. That's convenient. Now, as far as I can tell, I don't think you need the android bodies for anything. Like, don't get me wrong, I will be very upset if I find out those are, in fact, the people I'm supposed to be saving, because, you know, kind of defeats the purpose if I'm the one grinding them up. Okay. Cool. For a battery cell, I need fabric and copper. I have plenty of copper. Fabric's probably going to be the hard part, but only if I'm careful. Fabric from here, actually. Grab some of the pre-ground fabric. Okay. I feel like fabric might be the issue I'm running into, but shouldn't be the hardest to get a little bit of both. Especially if I'm taking the things from here to do it. High-tech scrap. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, high-tech scrap is the one that is necessary for building some of the more what was I saying? Necessary for building some of the more critical parts. Oh, think. Okay, so yes, that has definitely overloaded me. What am I missing from my build? Oh, give me a moment. I do have to return. I'll be right back. I apologize about that. the papa dog had scared my daughter, so I had to go get him to leave her alone. Okay. Gonna drop all of these materials. The hopes that's gonna reduce my weight enough that I can go out, and I need to get fabric and plastic, which should be relatively easy. Metal, metal, fabric, metal, scrap. So, this will be plastic. Will help get the job done. Hmm. Glass and more plastic and copper. So copper is very readily available. Glass is a little less so, but I feel like I might be able to grind down some of the other items around the place to get it. Okay. That's useful. Now, the items in a proper chest. I don't have to worry about them disappearing on me. Need to build that connector port. Wait, I need to build connector port N to... Oh, yeah, that would do it. I should have did all parts. I did missing parts. Whoopsies. Well, at least in theory, I have multiples of that, and then I can tell at least one of my connector ports to stop. I have the copper. Odds are I have the plastic, but I probably don't have the fabric. It is interesting, though, to see that fabric is used in a connector port. Like, is it used to soften the port? And thankfully the battery is building, so... I do see. I don't see any ports on here, but there absolutely is ports there. Yeah. Do a quick backup. Yeah, if I remember correctly. Oh. Audio went out on my headset. Give me a moment. As my headset is still picking up audio, I'm just not getting it. I'll be right back. Let me see if I can fix the audio issue. Okay. I believe that corrected the issue. I don't know what had started the issue in the first place, but... Ow. Oh. That was a lot more effective than I thought that was going to be. I don't know how I'm supposed to get out there and handle those items, but it is what it is. At least for now. I'm going to leave it and move on. Because if I'm not mistaken, yep. We switch out our ammo. These are robots. But I guess the glass works. However, it does not appear the shotgun works. Okay. think we're gonna intentionally go through as much of that ammo as possible, seeing as it's very ineffective. If there is a way to make it effective, I am not familiar with it. Gotta keep this door open. Just because I don't see a way down there, and you can't really build other things. Like, if I go to skills, it sounds silly, but like a shelf would be amazing. Because then I could stack these and make proper storage areas. Just looking at these coils, trying to figure out what the most useful thing. I feel like that, at least in general, would be nice because it brings the power usage down significantly. Like, while that will conserve resources, power ends up being the most important one. And the ability to duplicate items sounds great until you actually start doing it. Then you have a whole bunch of random things you don't need. That's not even taking into effect a lot of the items. Okay, can't pick up a demolished angel. I believe that's what they're called. So we do have to be careful about that, because if we ever take one down, we won't be able to lift it to grind it, at least not yet. So I will go to my enhancers. And we're gonna grease this. Only Well, yeah. I feel like weapon mods might be the way to go, at least originally. I hope I'm not making a mistake. That's gonna help make my weight more manageable. If I build one of these, affect it. Oh, right. Cannot do that while I'm doing that. Toss these in there for now. Go here, inspect. Doesn't really feel quieter, but I guess there could be a use for it. Build a laser sight. Just because, well, see if it actually is useful for figuring out what I'm hitting. Need to stop clicking that. Okay, so the flashlight does stop it from working. However, that is exceedingly useful. Something that reduces voltage usage. That sounds quite handy. Add the missing parts, and then we'll build one. Then we can check to see. What am I missing? Wire, rubber. In theory, that shouldn't be too difficult to find. I believe there's some tires over here. Plastics and rubbers? That's a interesting combination, but I guess it kind of makes sense. I feel like they go there, and nothing really goes on this. Oh, there's only a certain number of charges left. Really inspiring confidence there. Titanium and carbon fiber are going to be the things that are most difficult to get my hands on. If I'm not mistaken, they are only available with high-tech scrap. Okay, if I go to 8, that would give me quite a bit of stuff. But if I'm not mistaken, I am not super efficient at scrapping. Okay. Actually, I go to my enhancements. That would have been too convenient. Tech scrap. Tech scrap. High-tech scrap. That means, at least in theory, it should give me a decent amount of stuff. I feel like if I was a human and I was brought back to life by robots and I found out they stripped the entire base to bring me back to life, I'd be a little concerned, but at the end of the day, being brought back to life is kind of a big deal, so I think I could look past it so long as I was able to survive given the event that would precede my return. Doesn't mean it wouldn't be very dangerous, especially given the fact that most everything that would be useful to me, if it is destroyed, would probably mean my end. Now, I do need the extra titanium. What do you think? So we already have the carbon fiber, that's fine. We need one more titanium. Where's our aluminum? Aluminum is fine. We have enough gold. We do not have enough rubber, but that should be easy enough to get. We have plenty of glass, plenty of iron, and we are low on plastic. So rubber, plastic, and titanium are our missing pieces now. If I can keep finding stuff, I think if I go up there I might be able to find something that has it. But if I can keep finding stuff with high-tech bits and bobs, it'll be relatively easy. The plastic and the rubber shouldn't be hard no matter what. They're just gonna be tedious. I don't know why I'm in here. I don't think anything in here. Like, I don't even think... Yeah, they're... Sorry. I don't even think they're worth it. Although... this trash can, at least, has a decent number of scrap, so... At least from what I can tell. Wrong floor. But yeah, at least from what I can tell, your efficiency on scrapping with your grinder is actually a major downfall, because it looks like you don't get the same amount of parts. The problem is, I don't have an easy way of testing to find out if I'm getting more or less scrap than I need. On a little trip. Yeah, I don't trust the water. Not in this place. Like, that seems like a good way to no longer function. Okay, where are you trying to go? Alright, that requires level 2 access, which I don't have. Okay, good to know. Doesn't help me any, but good to know. And this is the one that is directly across, so... Again, I'm trying not to waste the large angel scrap. Okay. Almost there on plastics. A relatively easy thing to accomplish, though. I bring plastics over here. I'm pretty sure I'm at the level with my rubber. I do like that I have the extra... Oh. Extra space that I normally would not have available to me up on the top. That is the list of that. Don't believe that is all the rubber I need. If I'm not mistaken, I believe I need 10 rubber, so one more tire should do it. But unfortunately, still does not give me the high-tech scrap I need, and wouldn't be surprised there's some tucked away in one of the other things. Let me see if any of the items up there considered high-tech enough. In theory. Oh, no. Can't grind down the door. These are everyday scrap items. They're not really something I'm too worried about. Oh. Quite literally, the solution to my problem is to carry a desk downstairs. Now, if it fits out the door. Yeah, I feel like that it's just more trouble than it's worth, so as much as I don't want to waste it into high-tech scrap more than anything else right now. Wish I could pop out the window or something. Fortunately, they did a very good job of making that room very inaccessible. In the event you wanted to grind up the table. I think I have any more tires for rubber. I have to go grab one from over here. Oh. Should always grab stuff that I can just quick grind, but even beyond that. Go down. Oh, no. Down is the ship. Let's go up. Okay, well, I still have to get the... go here and throw one of those over there. I don't know if... Yeah. I'm gonna have to keep putting rounds out until I see the underwater tentacles gone. Switch over to heavy rounds for this exact reason. Nope, 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 nope. Get out of the water. I don't know if I got it all, but definitely at least makes me feel like I got most of it. Do I have any? So I have high tech, broken glass tech, plastic. Well, other things are coming to the needs of speed. Connect to myself. Connect to the backpack. Should have the extra power necessary to take this forklift's pieces. Here. They charge me up. Okay. Not very efficient, but in theory it could be useful. The power is working. So why isn't the elevator working? Did I break the elevator? I would not be surprised if I broke the elevator. Guess just didn't know what floor it was on. That's an odd glitch, at least. It happened in a place where I can get between the floors relatively easy. So, convert our scrap. Okay. And we have the components we need. Yeah, I guess that works. Okay, so for right now, even though it does make me very heavy, I think this might be the fastest way for me to accomplish the goal I'm trying to do. And try doing all this very high-tech stuff only takes 100 watts, but hopefully I don't explode attempting it. It should, however, reduce my weight quite substantially when it's done. And boom. Okay, I'm not super over, but I am over. Off everything we don't need. Also, apparently I'm supposed to power this. I don't know if that's going to be quite the achievement they believe it to be, but so it only minimizes the power and also slows it down for the next couple. And as far as I can tell, very few things here, aside maybe the weapons, are all that time consuming, so okay, cool, now it's got power.
The Lazarus rack is ready once more. You've rebuilt more than machinery, Caretaker. You've rekindled humanity's future. Now the seeds of our survival can grow again. Our survival depends on locating a seed vault. These crumbling chambers hold humanity's last secrets. It safeguards the precious human seeds.
I'm gonna power that down for now, because given the direct danger that poses, that is kind of funny. Okay, we'll do that. That'll probably pop while we're gone, but plenty of these solutions. Thank you. Yep. those, hit J, and we shall shut down system production for now. Go find the so we save, locate a seed vault, rumor speak one hidden in the north. Explore the grave to uncover the secrets of the seed vault. So there's that. Off in that direction now, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's this way. Right? No. Well, maybe. Yes. So long as power stays operational, which, as far as I can tell, there's no degradation, it should be able to hoist anchor and get a move on. Just double check. So, our fuel's not perfect, but not a lot I can do about that. Well, it's not entirely true. And build the booster for the electric engine. And I do have stuff for the water engines. Don't know what the use of the food processor is, but actually, just in case, intentionally steer away from the mine. Check the map. No, Norfolk's there. Might want to hit that. For now, we're going to go that way. And huh. Neat. Now, I don't believe I'm in a position to take on the sharks yet. That just seems like a good waste of myself. Now, I have no idea if running out of fuel will stop me dead. I would hope the answer is no, but we will find out, because I'm going to at least attempt to charge through. Nighttime on the high seas is a dangerous thing. Okay, we got all that. Go drop that down. And we just started the night time, so we want to keep moving. I may want to upgrade to the heavier solar panels, but that really only matters if I have fuel, and if I don't, it's not really going to change much. Now, we can get rid of the firearm because that's not really going to be useful to me. Extra diesel tank may be useful. Especially if I can... Okay, got a little bit before I get there. Wait, I can do that? Okay, then yes, I'm going to put the tank on the ceiling. As silly as that sounds. Now we are 1 kilometer out from... Not quite there yet, but close enough that I need to be very careful with how I handle this. Okay. That should continue to build while I drive. Avoid the shark, because I don't know what that actually does, and I don't even think I'd be able to pull it apart for the resources. And the entire area is surrounded by mines, so that's less useful. However, I do now have a way to store more fuel on board, which is exceedingly useful. I wish I could move tanks however I wanted. Now this is called Nomad's Tower. I don't know if that's gonna have any individual use to me knowing the name, but I've learned anything. It's what stuff, especially game names, are named for a reason. Here and cut the engine. Start dropping the anchor. Should be able to go here and anchor my ship. am I out of ammo? Build and build. Not really too good for my stuff there, matey. What's up, you? And you. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Kind of annoyed that I forgot about those. Those are heavily irritating creatures. Okay, let's see how much damage was done to the boat. Okay, not the worst, but I get the feeling that I did more damage than the slimes did. But it's a very power expensive issue that was created, not... Oh. Now I could make more power storage. I feel like if I was storing more power, it's not actually going to change much. There shouldn't be nighttime for that long, unless I'm, you know, taking my boat into a tunnel, and at that point I would be quite terrified, because that would be a very large complex to have a tunnel. The site, that's going to be a thing that's really useful to me, actually. What ammo do I have? A decent amount. If I need more, I can come back for it. That up here I will be. I do understand why I would want shotgun ammo. It does feel like the shotgun ammo would be very convenient for this, but also feel like shotgun ammo wouldn't help as much as I would need. Okay. Head upstairs. Don't have a lot of ammo left, but have a bit. Let's move on. Ow. Okay, so they can hit me from under the ground, which is good to know, but really irritating. I have to go all the way down here. Down and around and engage from a distance, which, you know, having a firearm is kind of the whole point, but now that I've used so much ammo, it behoove me to head back down. Conserve ammo and go grab some more. Okay, this is probably gonna end poorly for me, but let's go shoot at whatever that is. Worst part is I can't tell if it's alive or dead. I may be wasting ammo, so what I'm gonna do. Really wish I could just move it, but hey. I'm gonna go save, but first things first, I need to figure out the fuel system, because if I don't have the fuel system set up at least rudimentary, have any fuel at all. And no fuel means no going anywhere. Now, at least for right now, what we're gonna do is connect this to there, and we're gonna start popping some of these little ones. Go here, hop as much of this as I can. That is gross. These all have a couple liters, but they take space. Space is a finite resource. The other thing this does is give that shark thing a couple seconds to move in the event it's going to. Because I am not joking, that is quite a terrifying creature. I would very much prefer not to have to deal with it if I don't have to. And at least in theory, that should be all my backup fuel. Now saved. And the organic grinder is just grinding away, so let's save. Backing up completed. Okay, this is a terrible idea that I should never do. But hey. Then I can pick this up. I don't think I can. Okay. So he is dead. I'm going to need to reach a higher level in order to deal with him. So at my next level, I need to increase my power capacity, I guess. Which is a shame, because it literally means that to the best, literally to the best of my ability, I can't grind it. And I don't know if it'll count my backpack towards it, so I don't want to make any assumptions, at least not yet. Okay, tier 2. Yeah, really it for my power. Or my weaponry, as it were. That's worrisome. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. So, just because at this point I don't see the power adapter that I need, I'm going to actually do a retreat. I'm going to grind up as many items as I can for the extra experience. And I've just accidentally discharged my firearm. Goody. Okay. Okay, so when I pick up the items, I apparently gain a little bit of experience. Build 5, build 5, build 5, build 5, and build 5. So, good skills. Don't need full petrol tank. Just because next one has the petrol tank. We get back to grinding. And I'm quite literally grinding for levels. Because that's the thing. Also, forgot an enhancement. Battery. 20, so 5. Yeah, that would give me what I need. Just barely, but it would give it to me. And, at least in theory, keep grinding away. Here. Drop off any and every material that could be useful. And let me go drop off my power pack. Really? Okay, let's go to skills. So that's actually going to be really important to me. So build and add. Or go parts. And I should. When we do assemble the cylinder, take a little while, but it's there. So apparently you can only go to level 25. I don't know if that's going to actually be useful. So, 30 skills out of 100 and some. Weird, because it doesn't look like it is, but it very easily could be. Alright, let me... Ammo. This. Especially because when I have the ammo, I Very useful. It is neat that I have that, but instead of me grinding up one cylinder, because I don't know if it's a crafting material in the bigger version, I will just leave it there. Oh yes. Yep. A bit of my ammunition. Some of it off. Things aren't so bad. Used elsewhere. Oh. Okay, so me saving these items are actually really important. Also, it is now nighttime. Let me start getting up before these irritating little bulbs start trying to murder me. Already gonna have the bees. Yeah, so gonna have to deal with that stuff eventually. No idea how he died, but it's fine by me, seeing as at the end of the day, whether I got credit for it or not, I can't do anything with it yet. Hopefully, I'll be carefully go here and oh hi. So the blobs aren't an immediate threat. Like, don't get me wrong, they are absolutely irritating to deal with. Especially if you're in a pipe or something. I don't know if this is actually working. Like, at this point, I'm just kind of going by my gut. Hmm. Okay. That is more accurate than I thought it would be. Now, it may sound counterproductive, but I'm going to switch over to a glow stick, because if there is anything in here that is light sensitive, it will attack me. And I think this is going to get me into the building. I don't know, however. Okay, at least right now, I don't have the power. But that doesn't give me access. Like, I know they follow the flashlight, but I'm surprised they don't follow the laser. Hmm. Okay, so they're just coming from the ceiling. Okay, I might actually get enough stuff to get this up and running. Ow. Sure. Now I know you guys are coming in through the ceiling. Oh no. You're literally just floating up from... nowhere land. Well, let's do a quick save. Ow. Again. Doesn't quite make sense, but hey. I connect it to my backpack at least. I can get the doors open. none of this stuff is useful. Like, it's quite a bit of resource. It does help me get to a higher level, but it doesn't actually accomplish anything. Although it does give me shelves. And I will not turn down shelves. That was just saying how those are absolutely a convenient thing I wish I had. Okay, so there is more stuff down below. Haven't gotten to it yet. But again, not something I am particularly worried about. No, 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 no. The fact that you can't craft your own shells is probably gonna drive me insane. And of course, the boxes don't fit on the shelves. That makes me sad. Okay, stop worrying about the shelves then for a bit. Let's see how we get into the basement. Because there absolutely has to be a way into that basement. There's no reason they would show me a basement that I couldn't get into. Also, do I get experience for detonating mines? No. Okay. That's concerning in its own right. So I'm very susceptible to the shockwave of the explosion. A little bit more so than the actual explosion itself. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me. At least now I know not to put the shelves down. Apparently they are not worth the effort. However, I do believe I get experience for repairing this. Flip on the power so I can get the doors open. As far as I can tell, there is literally nothing else. However, we'll go back in here, re-back up my stuff, and then proceed to climb down. And drop off my stuff so I'm using less power. Let's see. Most grind up anything that is not useful. Programming manual seems like a useful item. We pause for a moment. I will be right back. Sorry about the interruption. That is unfortunately life when you have cats and dogs and a baby. Case in point, my cat right now is trying to sit on my keyboard. I don't know why. It did, however, give me time to think about this game. I realize that depending on how they do the humans will determine how useful it is bringing them back. Like, if they are the game's version of automation, that could be very useful. But if they aren't, and they're just, you know, beings that stand around and do nothing, like humans in real world do, then they might not be worth bringing back. Ooh. Part of me wants to go see if I can, like, disarm the mines manually, but I really don't know about that. I'm also trying to figure out... Hey. Oh, hi. Okay. So there is a below here. The problem is, I don't know how you get to it. Oh. Now the game does give a very big phobia. Also, apparently you cannot go below a certain depth. That does make sense, but it also doesn't. Like, your upgrades let you go deeper, but that doesn't really explain why. Okay, it's good to know I'm not being attacked by, like, weird shark things or whatever that is. But it also raises concerns that don't know how to get to the room that is underneath. Also, because healing up the boat is absolutely important. Let's see. I add all parts. Will this let me just do this? Because at the end of the day, your battery power is always useful. But it also means I can start dumping these. And I can move this indoors. It is odd, I don't know if what it is hold on, I just thought of something. Yeah. Better crush depth sounds great, but that also means that there is the ability to not have it, and if you don't have it, there might be parts of the map you might not be able to get to, at least in theory. And that is worrisome to me. I don't know if that like. Okay, that didn't damage the boat. I should have thought of that before I started, you know, just willy-nilly. Brown's had a naval mine. Okay. Now, does mean I can take this. That there. I can convert petrol into actual power. Not entirely useful to me, at least not yet. Also, if I'm not mistaken, I would need quite a bit to actually pull that off. Now, I do need a little bit more oomph. Like, there is a thing down there. I just don't know how to get to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start collecting materials. Especially the materials that will turn into fuel, because bioorganics are absolutely important for keeping my boat running. Here. Here. Boom. Now I have fuel for days. And while the solar panels aren't perfect, they do give a little bit of power, which gives me that little bit of leeway. Let me do another save. Just to see if I intentionally go deep under here. There is a crash depth pipe, and I can climb up through. Get into the belly of the beast, as it were. Accidentally dropped off all my ammo. That's not great. Could have realized it. Okay. Don't know why this is working, but it is, so I'm not going to question it too much. What I'm gonna do is try to get this whole thing cleaned up. Ah, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so note to self: there are underwater accessible areas. Organize, skills, scope, tank. I believe that's a fuel backpack. That would be very useful for if when I get the flamethrower, but I feel like I wouldn't use it as much as I would think I would. Not mistaken. Should be able to add power here. B, oh, not B. Hit 2, hit 6, F, and then E, F, and then E. Charge ourselves. Dive down as low as I can, and then climb up. It is getting dark, which will be a problem, but bigger problem would be I don't get myself fully charged up. Because let's see if I can scrap you. Now I can't pick you up. Have tried. It does scare me a lot being out in the ocean. Okay. Gently swim through the giant mountain of scrap out in the terrifying ocean with a bunch of things that want to eat me, and I will just pretend like I'm not here. Okay. Let me stop for a second. Well, now that I'm well and truly terrified, I'm gonna hold off on my enhancements for just a second because I want to check my inventory. Ultra tech scrap, that is really useful. High tech scrap. So, okay, so while I'm not 100%, I do believe that I need to carefully deposit the items that I don't want to ever accidentally a grind. Here, hit F. Opens up a lot of avenues for us, but it also means that I can go here. I need to take all the ammunition out of there because ammunition is useful and should not be something I'm having a hard time with. That time I ooh, goody. Well, goodies, specifically. Neutronium. That's not something I was thinking about. Plasma gel. Okay, cool. Lots of building materials. That does bode well. And I do like that some of them, at least, are renewable by taking out the large sharks, which I don't think I'll be able to pull off with laser weaponry. But I might be able to. Who knows? How that all the things that I want off. Do there. Take power from the boat to charge my backpack. It is quite irritating that I have no way of knowing how much power is in my backpack. Like that, I guess that works. Not great, but it is. Ship is listing quite heavily, but not the worst. I think what we're gonna do is we are going to hoist the anchor. And set sail. We are also going to set sail for the beacon. I believe the beacon would be the best option before we hit Norfolk. I'm actually surprised there was a thing that told me, there it is. So it has become daytime. I'm gonna go up here, that way it lets me know of the items around it before I go to Norfolk. My fuel is basically maxed, however my power is not. That is something I shall endeavor to fix right now, because lack of power is not the way I want to go. We're gonna go 1 and 2. Also going to build one of those. Grab everything, drop that back down. Grind all that stuff up. Gonna add all parts one more time. Go over here because it is what's used to do that. Go up to the top of the ship for but a moment and make sure that we are headed in the right direction. I think our biggest problem is it doesn't look like that place has a great way of getting up there, so goody. That isn't great, but at least for right this very instant is a solution. Now if I had a jetpack, this would be a lot easier, but I don't. I get the feeling I'm going to be climbing up to the top to get that running again, but if it does have power supplies up on top, shouldn't have any issues, but we are getting quite close, so beacon 15. Now it at least feels like all this is kind of like locked in. So as I drop anchor, hey. I was giving about to. I don't know if this being this close is going to cause any issues. But if it doesn't, which I'm hoping it doesn't, then I should be fine. Now we're gonna go over here. Gotta drop off everything that's not directly related to the control of one of these towers. Okay, so I do like it's silly, but I do like the mechanic that you can't get up here until tide is high. Okay, let's see. Well, I don't know if those items are Water safe. If they aren't, awesome. If they are, that's going to be an issue for my ship. But hey, buddy. Yeah, no idea if they're an issue for the ship. Hopefully they are not, because I don't want to go and find out that my ship has sank because I just wasn't aware. Okay. Hey. Do these... Oh, I don't believe so. Okay, so obviously we grab power, pull it from out here. Now what I guess I'm going to have to do, now I really shouldn't, but let me add this in here. Because if I'm not mistaken, I should be able to take... Did I already make the dot site? I don't think I did. But, getting distracted again. I should be able to build a little battery here, which partially helpful. I can build that is an actual hazard. It's almost like this was supposed to be connected to other platforms that no longer exist, which could be a thing, but now what I want to do is make just 3 of those. One of those. Add all parts. Add all parts. Add all parts. And add all parts. Now, go back to the ship for a bit. Okay. Okay. So, falling into the ocean, not a bad thing. It's not there. Hmm. Thankfully, as far as I'm aware, I think I have all the materials readily available. Drop that again. I don't think it works when I'm not moving, but I could be wrong. It could just be a very, very useful way of acquiring the materials you need to keep going on your... Hmm. Hey. And now... Cool. Not like it's useful. Absolutely. But... And... Give me a moment. I have to go assist the wife. I shall return. Okay, I have returned. Hopefully, things will all be taken care of. gather the materials and just start storing. A certain point, I would love if I had a way of organizing them by material and having them self-set, but at this point it would take longer to self-set than it would to get anything else going. It is also an odd feeling, increasing in weight simply the items are being built and sent to me. I don't need the extra large batteries. Mediums are not particularly helpful. Go. Climb on up. At least in theory, some of this should work. However, I feel like it didn't quite go over the way I wanted. I might need to... Okay. Take these out ahead of time. Let's see. Huh. That is convenient that it did put together at least one of them. But... again... like I need... 5 connector ports. Moment. Just gotta check on the little one. Sorry about that. Okay. Geronimo. Because as long as I land in the water, it doesn't seem to actually do the kind of damage I'm worried about. Also, you can grind those up, and I need connector ports, and I need 5 of them. Well, fuel, we are not quite there on power. Nope. Looks like the little lady's upset again. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. I am back. Ooh, I am generating some power. That is honestly a good thing. Ooh. However, being overloaded is not. Okay. Let's go finish putting together the generator package for this tower. The other reason I'm using a medium battery is because it would give me an area up there that generates power for me to use to charge myself, which would prevent me from running out of energy. Looks like they're already starting to build. Hmm. Odd. I know I had more ports. Did it use multiple ports to do that? That would be very upsetting. Hmm. Okay. Those tanks. Doing quite poorly. Top down for now. Again, I could have sworn I told it to make 5. Hmm. That explained it. Parts were used up and sent to storage. Now, if I'm right, this should have a grinder on board, but if it does not, I might have to build one for it. Would be irritating, but I do believe it would be necessary to get the materials I need to get the whole thing up and functioning. The only thing that would upset me is the fact that do I have to... That was odd. These are generating quite a bit of power up here, which is quite useful. Not an obscene amount, though, apparently. No, it is kilowatts, not full watts. But that actually makes sense. Although it says, yep. Again, what that says makes sense. I'm just being silly. Power on. It dawns on me that I'm running out of ammunition and quick. A lot of this stuff is very useful. Okay, I've got exactly one bullet left. It does appear that these pop when you step on the legs, so... trick is to hit them without stepping on the legs. Isn't impossible, just very difficult. Yeah, so. Popping the legs apparently also causes you. Let's see, is there a... Definitely gonna have to deal with that one. Which is definitely gonna need ammunition to be dealt with. Let's head up. Okay, 2 iron. Out of ammo. Yep. I get it. I'm out of ammo. Go down here. Go back into the building. Heal up. Okay. Okay. Quite literally nothing useful. It's worrisome. At least for right now. Here, I'm gonna build. I have to remember that it is set on mouse clicks and not. That will fit. We'll make it over there. Should, at least hopefully, give me the necessary materials. Place up and running. Okay. Build 5 frames. Giggles will build 5 of those. It is nice that that's building up, but wait, what I would hope. In theory, this should build the poly tank and then give me the materials necessary to build the things up top. Drop off the excess material there. Tank's gonna start building. Then I can start putting the little tanks inside it. Okay. At least for now, I'll let that go. Even if it does end up wasting the fuel, it could be useful to me. Now, while having the upgrade tool to build, or not tool, but the upgrades to build things as necessary is useful, does come with the drawbacks of using skills, so. You have to get some of this set up and going. Okay. I don't know if it's really gonna help, but... well, that answered that question. Gas cables. I go here and increase that. That should be fine. However, I do need to make sure. Okay. This should give me the material I need to go repair the tower. Which actually is thinking about. Here. Let me just increase how much I have, because in the day, not having bullets to take out the bad guys tends to be a bad way to go. If I do this, that use the extra power the beacon is holding. And now everything stays powered and happy. Oh. Mm-hmm. Of course, hidden stuff. Okay, that I will be taking apart because there is no way for me to get this out of here. Although, it is upsetting that it doesn't have quite the same quality as the one back place, but at the end of the day, beggars and choosers and all that. Okay. Okay, so if I careful, walk over here. Pop the power on this. Go boop. It is weird that there are tangled wires. Okay. Now, while all that's going, let me head up to the tippity top. Go up. Oop. Dang. Up and away, and then we climb up and finish our repairs. And since that is finished, I should be able to drop down to the beacon, activate it, and that's all, folks. But realistically, what's going to end up happening is I'm going to stay here for a little bit while I recharge. And pop. Open up our joint map. Huh. That is quite interesting. Nope. Looks like the little one's crying. Let me check on her. Alrighty. Yes. Go. Drop down. So I am even over the overcapacity limit. That's always a fun thing. Let's go here. Build 1, 2, and 3. Sorry about that. And 1, 2, 3. It's so weird watching that build. Let me go check on the engine. That says that it's running. Says it's outputting 10 kilowatts. Oh, cool. Hey. There. Drop off what needs to be dropped off. Drop these. These. Ammo, because running out of ammo is never fun. Generally a good way to stop being. So. Inventory and drop the battery. Take a peek. Yellow there. Blues. Okay, these are yellows, so we're gonna like the idea of using the building metal icon. Green. Oop. Here. Let's go here. Make it green. Anything that's not green. I'll be getting a... I don't mind having drills kind of spread out over here, because aside from just being base level materials, they're only really used in later things. Let me get to scrapping, because I've been very neglectful on gathering resources. That will be my downfall if I am not careful, so. Start working on the room the scrapper is in. And then start going from there. Also, don't need this anymore. Don't need to power it, so. Okay. Gonna build 2 chests. I believe the issue is I'm probably gonna be missing glass. Yeah. Glass did seem like the most likely material to be missing from this. about that. Really wish there was a faster way to do this, but if I use the tool to grind everything up, I'm, as far as I can tell, wasting more power than I need to just to get this stuff taken care of. I'm sure if I built a better power system, I could probably get away with using more power up to do this, but I think what I'm going to at least attempt to do is take apart anything and everything right before I leave, even though it will be wasteful. Because at the end of the day, I don't foresee myself coming back to this particular place. The beacon is useful, but it's a one-stop area. And I don't know if the map is randomly generated or if it is procedurally. I have no idea if anyone else's playthrough will be the same as mine, at least in terms of what is here, what won't be here. If it is the same, it means people are going to be doing, well, they'd be doing speed runs of the map with, like, optimized routes and, you know, only take apart this material and only do it in this way. I don't know, I don't feel like that would be a fun way to play a story-driven game like this. I do wish that the logs that you unlock you could either have done via audio or just something, because story is great, but if I spend, you know, 8 hours reading all the logs, I'm pretty sure nobody would ever want to watch that. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna carefully take apart this entire tower, slow and steady. And then we're gonna put it in crates, and we're gonna see if we can bring those crates on board our ship. Oh, let's put this somewhere I'm not likely to accidentally suck it into the grinder, because I don't think that would be the most efficient use of resources. Well, it is good to know that a lot of these places have a obscene amount of useful resources, and that even basic resources are useful. But I do feel like this is a little bit inefficient, at least, you know, when you think about the fact that this is supposed to be a robot doing this. Water tank's probably useful. Better backpack. Now the rifle. That is definitely gonna be a useful thing. Permanently stored in my vault. So I don't get that. Like, does that mean when I start a new map, I have these items available to me? Like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, it would be very cool, you know, save the world and all that, but can't really save the world if I don't know how. Just because I bring some people back doesn't mean that I'm actually going to be of any use, because so far I haven't seen, you know, build a greenhouse, acquire food, because the idea that you acquire all your materials from refining and salvaging sounds great up until someone is hungry. But I know, at least from the looks of the game, they don't want you really making a home base other than your ship. And everything else is just places you have to return to because they have something special that you need. And most of that material is just getting gathered, so goody goody. Given what I know about this, let me just grind everything down. We'll see how much power is lost, how much scrap is lost. It definitely feels like I'm losing a lot of scrap. A obscene amount of power is getting lost. Especially because I have to use more power to break down the materials later. Actually, let me check my enhancers. So, we do want to get our power efficiency up. Let me increase my scrap. Okay, so that actually is useful. It does reduce ever so slightly the amount of power needed, but it's not by a very big margin. Okay. Power is critical. Yep. Thankfully. Quite literally charged myself almost immediately from this. Then drop that stuff off. Again, not really sure if this is worth breaking stuff down in this manner, unless you have to. Okay. Drop off the remaining materials. Empty fuel out. Done. Part. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Just for the giggles, let's turn that off. And let's build a extra fuel tank out on the back. And we just walk over here because, ta-da, I magically have what I need. Okay, that's a odd one. Don't know why. Sometimes it lets you make it, sometimes it doesn't. Bunch of stuff I can turn into fuel. How convenient. Also, okay. Now, if we climb up there. First, let me grab all the bio organic because way too much of it. This is sitting out floating for my liking. It is funny to see that the little leech things could not climb up to get me through the night. Okay, most of this not really useful, but I will still drop it off. Pick up all this, go here, drop off 10. Drop off some useful and or less than useful items. Oop. Oop. I guess for right now, main idea is get more cable. Five. Build 5, 10, 15, 20. Now, when I go up there, big. Interesting, is the weather system dynamic? I didn't think so at first, but the fact that I can see the storm front, I was hoping in a storm front, although it's a little weird. Like, don't get me wrong, I've had rain on clear days, but it's a little weird that it is actually just raining. Down. Can I, at least in theory, fabricate a lead? Again, very interesting, but doesn't really tell me much. Okay. So now, when I jump off, I want to aim for the roof. Well. This. Add some healing. Again. Like, it makes life convenient, but it's a little bit silly. Okay, let's... try this again. I just don't want to have to deal with trying to figure out how to get that put into tanks. Seems overly useless. Oh. Whee. That almost worked. It also didn't hurt as much as I thought it would. I was almost sure that would have hurt quite substantially, but apparently, if you're bungee jumping, things aren't that bad. Like, I do know I could make a backpack, and I might have to, just so that I can move the fuels without having to fight it. Like, it does give a good reason to have a backpack aside from flamethrower, and don't get me wrong, it's very hard to have a reason better than flamethrower, but... oh, okay. That really didn't work, so... take that. Take this. Go here. Clear our queue. Our build menu, we will make better tier backpack, but first and foremost, we are going to make the better tier fuel pack. Add one, and one. All parts, add all parts. Add all parts. Make sure I drain my backpack. Whip it. Bolt pack can be very useful. We'll equip it from right this second. Set it to action bar 4 so I can see. Go into the backpack. Unequip it. I don't know if that's... I equip it now. Okay, so it keeps its knowledge. That is actually very useful for me. And while this works on building me the rifle, which will be one of the better items for me to have on hand. The ability to carry fuel around is going to be quite useful. Not counting the flamethrower, which honestly I'm a little worried to try. Just, you know, my minor knowledge of flamethrowers tells me is never a great idea. Oh. Well, that makes pack less useful. Now I do have to unlock the canisters because not having them is going to cause an issue. Okay. Going to probably get very irritating very quickly. At least I can just carry the materials I need. Okay, I have nothing to down, so this Well, at least it's being built, even if it is going to take a little while. Thankfully, I should be able to start shutting down this entire facility relatively soon, although it does help. I don't build things backwards. Hmm. Well, couple. Okay. That's how I'm going to get a partial. Okay, I'm going to carry down the fuel. Oop, gotta remember, I'm not bungee jumping, so I need to actually miss the boat this time. Okay, and then we go here. Go here. Up, drop, 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 and drop. Let me just double check this. I want to make sure. No, actually, it does make sense to put it in balance mode. Yeah, the ship is always Got the fuel it needs. Up. Okay. Like a fuel tank. Drop this. Give me 1 second. There we go. Now, just so that I don't have to deal with our little leech friends. Yep. I don't think they can climb ladders, but then again, I have been wrong before. Also, just charge myself for a second. Okay. Fell. Be getting everything all together. Okay. Same, but this stuff is very heavy. Keeping the lights on are not a priority. Yeah, it is interesting that there's damage to that. Leads me to believe that I need to check on the panels on the deck of my ship, just because it is quite possible that they are indeed over capacity. Oop. Okay. Takes a little bit more material, but well, it is quite a bit bigger. And I can set up, so going to take all this. Okay. Take this. Charge me up. Okay, that's why. I should be able to just drop these. Let's hope that I drop them all onto my ship and not into the ocean, because I would be very sad if I accidentally threw away a bunch of resources. Put you there for now. Here's two. And the other one did fall into the ocean, but thankfully they don't sink, which was something I was worried about. Okay. I hit G. This. Take it all. thing. Even if it is quite a bit of weight to be carrying. Okay, so I need 4 and 4. That's not that bad. Build, 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 build. Two, 4. So it is cool that you can upgrade your ship as you go on. I wish it was a little clearer what these upgrades actually do, because at this point the only reason I'm upgrading this is not because I have any particular goal to do so, but because it might be useful. Okay. That's a heavy item. But apparently, just equipping it to your holster makes that no longer an issue. Go to skills. What are they waiting on? Dang. At this point, it might behoove me to make one of these. Because if I just stand still, I don't use all that insane amount of power for movement. Let's see. Sorry about that. Let's see. Gonna make this a nice bright chest. Three basic items. I need coolant and storage cylinders. Build, 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 and build. Build, build, and build. At least in theory. It should allow for a, I don't know, faster engine, more efficient engine. I don't know. I've always been more of a more efficiency kind of guy myself, but who knows, because it doesn't actually say. Let's see. These tiny panels are not actually having any issues, which is really good. Oh. What I'm gonna do is add that there, and then that there. That way, there's always some kind of power transfer going on. I do realize I made this look so weird. Heal up. Get the rest of my cylinders attached. Kind of wish these were easier to maneuver, but really, I'm well aware it's a very heavy item. Now let's get our items built. Okay. I'm guessing Actually, as interesting as this is, I wish I could color it. Let's see, is there an underbarrel grenade launcher? I feel like there would be. Stabilizer, electronic rifle, which could be very useful. Granadas, opticals, extended barrels. I don't see anything specifically that screams underbarrel attachment, but at the end of the day, not really something I'm worried about. Also don't need stuff that's here, so I'm gonna... Ooh. Ooh, that is quite a bit heavier than I thought it would be. Not moving fluids right now, so... Fluids away. Ammo we have... 3 mags. It is a little worrisome. Only because... given the weight tolerances you're working with, you might not be able to take out what is actually threatening you. Tolerances. Okay. So I can tell. Looks like I've gotten everything I need. Oh, okay, that actually is a issue because that could get me killed very quickly. The dragnet works even when stationary, so that is absolutely useful. Just because you can get tech scrap, which at the end of the day isn't the most amazing thing, but it is absolutely useful. Done. Drop that stuff in there. Hopefully that keeps our engines nice and topped up. Guess we'll go to Norfolk Grave because I'm assuming that's some kind of biodiversity center or something. Which absolutely useful for not dying, but not quite that useful when it comes to, well, not having humans to need the biodiversity for. Anchors are up. Does look like we're moving faster. The problem is that coming at the expense of more fuel, because more fuel is not always a great thing. Okay, I've got a little while before I get there. Let me clear the rest of this deck, because at this point, power is not something I'm worried about. It is actually kind of worth the extra skill points. Mm-hmm. Underwater lab. Figured as much. That means that not only do I have to worry about sharks or things of that nature coming after me, I've got to actually deal with the pressure that is literally going to crush me while I attempt to get down there. Alright. Power cables are important. Okay. Okay. And while this is quite a hefty sum, I do need to make sure I drop off them over here. Nope. Overshot it. My own fault. Granted, overshooting it has given me the opportunity to see if I can take down a shark. Although, based off of what I'm seeing, it looks like these sharks are actually here. Okay, angry shark. That is very worrisome. Oop. Okay. So you can take out the shark. That is good. It also can take out your boat, so that is less good, but something that can be managed. Okay. Just for right now, we will stand on top of Mr. Sharky. He is of absolute importance. Okay, a lot of nice materials. Oop. Most everything is useful. Used a lot of rounds really quickly. But the shark is actually worth the effort. The biggest issue is going to be, how am I getting down there? Might be one of those things where I save, give it a attempt, and then if we don't get through it, we'll have to look at it next time. At least for right now, let me park the ship. And that is technically a giveaway that this place is dangerous because the angels rarely are anywhere friendly. Okay. Oop. We'll back up. Well, that is absolutely terrifying. As far as I can tell, there is no area here that is not underwater in some capacity. Oh, I don't think I'm going to survive this trip. Yep. Well, now that we know what's down here and what to expect, I believe it is time to take a hiatus. Thank you for joining me, everyone, and I will see you next time.